Okay, let's start. I hope my voice is also right and the audio is not completely messed up. If not, I'm gonna have to restart the stream. But let me know if everything sounds fine. I was having some issues over the last few weeks with the streaming thing. Not something that you guys noticed, but it would pop up on my end, on the back end of the live stream. And it would just pop up these weird errors about like the keyframe interval, which would have never happened before, but now suddenly it would do that. And I was like, So I looked into it and I found something in my streaming software. I had to switch some settings around and then I was able to change it. And it seems like it's working fine now, so let's hope it stays that way. It was giving like a keyframe interval error, and it was telling me that that would lead to buffering issues for some people, and I was like, well, we can't have that. So I was like, let me try and fix that. Hope you're doing good. I'm doing all right. Had a really weird dream last night, so I detailed it in the Discord, and it was the most weirdest shit. But I do hope that those dreams can go away soon, like the no weed dreams. But I'm still going good. We're more than a month in, so like a month and a week now, I think. So yeah, we're doing pretty good. Anyways, welcome. I want to do some sound design today. Don't really feel like working on a track or anything. I just want to, do some sound design and make some cool sounds. So that's what we're going to do today. Let me switch to that view for now. Let's start that up. Yeah, dreams are just dreams, true, but they are fucking hella weird. And I wake up like 2 times a night because my dreams are so weird. I can talk about it. I had a weird as fucking dream. The first dream was I was at work, and I work in a store where they sell paint, right? So I work behind the desk where they mix paint and all that kind of stuff, and we have this little sort of like storage space behind it where there's like all the cans of paint. And I was just at work for some the dreams are weird because I was at work, but the store looked different. Like it was almost like there was only the paint section, which makes no sense, but whatever. I was just chilling, and suddenly some dude in a I'm gonna try and remember, because that's the weird thing. I'm also remembering all the dreams. Like it's not even like usually when I would dream, like I would wake up and then within like a couple of seconds it would just fade away. But now that's not the case. I'm kind of just remembering them because they're so weird. I was in my dream. I was working and I was just chilling, and suddenly this dude that is literally just wearing a piece of linen cloth just comes walking up to me, and he says nothing. And I'm like, what the fuck? That's strange. Okay. And I'm like, sir, can I help you? And he's like, just mumbles some shit. And then he starts coming behind the desk. And I'm like, what? What are you doing? And he starts pushing me in that area where all the paint cans are. And I'm like, what? What the fuck's going on? And I couldn't do anything for some weird ass fucking reason. I couldn't do anything. Only thing I could do is just step back, basically, and just go further back into this little dead end section. And then at some point he just starts pushing me or something, and I'm like, okay, what the hell? And I remember in my dream I was trying to do something, but I couldn't. And I was, And then suddenly he tried to bite me, and I was like, And at that point, I suddenly remembered, wait, this is a dream. I can just do something. And I started basically grabbing paint cans and just knocking him on the head with a paint can. And then he looked up, and I noticed that the dude is a zombie. And I'm like, okay, what the fuck? And then suddenly a crowbar appeared in my hand. And I start going to town on him. And, well, I knocked him on basically a bunch of times, and then he ran away. And I ran after him. And suddenly the store was back, the entire store. It wasn't just the paint section, it was the entire store, but it was all jumbled up as well, like nothing made sense. And I kind of just chased him out of the store. And then I woke up. I was like, okay. And I was like, wait, what the fuck was that dream? Why the fuck did I dream about a zombie? And then I was like, oh, wait. I did watch a zombie movie a couple of weeks ago. Maybe that's why. And it was the weirdest fucking shit ever. So I went to the bathroom, you know, and just took a piss. And I came back and I went back to sleep. And I had another weird dream. I just couldn't catch a break last night. Yeah, it was kind of like a really vivid dream, but then it turned into a lucid dream, which I don't know, but like I never dreamed for like years, so it was the weirdest fucking shit. But I fell asleep again, you know, and this one was even stranger. Well, this one was shorter, even though I slept longer. It was shorter dream, but it was kind of weird as fuck as well. I was just in my house and the doorbell rang. And I'm like, okay, so I opened the door. And there's this... I'm already laughing. There's this gigantic, like, sheep in front of my door. A white sheep with long, straight hair. And the hair was also in front of his face and shit. And I'm like, okay, what the fuck is this now? You know? But this time I also kind of... You know, I kind of just was aware that I was dreaming right away. And I was like, okay. And I was just looking like, what the fuck is this sheep doing in front of my house, in front of the door? And suddenly he stands up on his back legs and he shakes my hand. and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And then he just basically just walked away. And I'm like, okay. So I closed the door, and right when I closed the door in my dream, the bell rings again, and I'm like, okay. So I open it, and there's nothing there. What? And then I turn around, and the sheep is in my fucking house, and it wasn't just a normal sheep. It was kind of like a mix between a mountain goat and a sheep, or something. No horns though, like just a sheep kind of thing, but then bigger, but with really long, straight white hair. And then it was in my house, and it started chasing me, but my house is not that big. But in the dream, it was so fucking big that I was able to sprint around and just dodge the sheep. And then he tried to ram me a couple of times, and I dodged him a few times, and then he ran out the door, and that was the dream. And I was like, what the fuck? And the rest of the night I had no dream, but it was kind of weird as fuck. So yeah, that was my night. Woke up like 2 times, but slept good otherwise. And they didn't even feel like nightmares or anything. It just felt like really weird dreams. Like, that absolutely make no sense. Well, that's the thing. When I was younger, I also would never remember my dreams. I would know when I would wake up that I had a dream, and then sometimes I would just vaguely sort of like think that I remember it, but the more I would think about it, the more it would fade away. That's kind of like what would normally happen before, you know, when I was a kid. But then I started smoking weed, and I just never had dreams, you know. But now, as I quit, like more than a month ago, these dreams are like insane, mate. They're absolutely bonkers. At least I was able to sleep well, you know? Like, the first couple of times it happened, I had like dreams and I was like, what the hell is going on? And I just slept like absolute shit. But now it's kind of fine, so... It's just that the dreams are so weird that I'm like, what? Better than movies, yeah, exactly. It's like when you would pitch that to a movie director, he would say, dude, what the fuck? That's too crazy, man. People are gonna walk out of the movie cinema. They're gonna be like, no, that's what the fuck is this? But honestly, It was kind of fun. Well, that's the thing, Greedo. They're happening basically every night. It's not like every once in a while now. It's like for the last week or so, or last 2 weeks maybe, it's basically every night. And sometimes they're not weird, sometimes they're just whatever. But every once in a while, like over the past 2 weeks, they're like really fucking strange. It's fun though. But it would be nice to just have a little bit chiller dreams, you know? At least they're not nightmares. That would absolutely suck because they feel fucking real, you know? Like it's not like it they actually feel real until the point that I remembered like, oh wait, I'm dreaming. But before that, I will holy shit. And the first couple of times it happened, I wouldn't realize that I was dreaming, and I would literally just wake up sweating my balls off. Anyways, fun story. If I have another one tonight, I'll let you guys know in the Discord. I'll try and explain it again because that's the weird thing. Like I do actually remember them clearly. They don't fade or anything. I just remember them. Even the ones from like a week ago, I can still remember those. It's so fucking strange. Like honestly, like better than a fucking acid trip. It's strange though. That's the weird thing. Let's see. I want to do some sound design today, and let's see what scale we're gonna sound design in. So, I've been messing a lot with what was it again? With that skill lately, but maybe we should switch it up. Like I was playing a lot with that. With that last week. Maybe we should go as far away from that as possible. A sharp. Ooh, that's kind of moody. That's not A sharp, but it's kind of close. It's D sharp minor. But I was playing A sharp, so like as the lowest note. Maybe I should bring up. Let's just put that there so you guys can see. So play A sharp in the bottom there, and then play a D sharp minor scale on top. Kinda like that. We go with that? That would be... I guess that would then be A sharp Phrygian dominant. Yeah. Okay, cool. Which is a mode of the harmonic minor scale, so Phrygian dominant. There we go. Let's just put some notes in, because I kind of want to start making some drums first, I think, but it would be nice to have some MIDI, so that we can kind of hear what the drums sound like to that key, if you get what I mean. So here we got, these ones are not really needed, but these are kind of the notes that I want to mess with first. Let me just consolidate that. Let's put these on the beats here. And let me also put this one in here. And just do that, so. Let's just do that. Wait, I have an idea. What if we put you right here, and then that leads into that one again, which is the first one here. So let's do that, and let's put this there. And we have 16 bars. Okay, let's see what we're gonna cook up today in terms of stuff. What should we start with? Should we grab addictive drums? So I really want to mess around with some randomizing today, so that we get like a lot of different results that I can then record after the stream or during the stream, we'll see. So that I can then bounce those to audio and later use the audio. So for instance, with the hats, it would be nice if we can sort of like make the velocity change over time. So we have all these MIDI effects, so if we put like the velocity here, you get like this, right? And you can basically automate that or modulate it with something. So you get like different velocities coming out of here. Maybe I'll also just add a bit of velocity differences like this. That already has some velocity difference. And let's just start grouping things. And then in there I'm going to put the device randomizer. And let's just let's grab that, map it to a macro. And we're not gonna go all the way down, but like just something like this maybe. Wait. That one. So you can already hear when we start modulating that we get like all kinds of different things, which is nice. Let's see. Would also be nice if we can every once in a while get like a different head sample here. So we can also do that. Like how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then it starts going to open head. So 4 is what is the closed heads here. So if we do a pitch device, or no, a random device, chuck that after here, we can say 4, an interval of 1 semitone, 4 choices going up. So add, and then we just give it a slight bit of chance, or maybe we'll even automate this chance. Because like, if this is all the way down, we just get the same head. But then when we add like another one here, we get different samples that it picks. And it will pick from those 4 samples that I have here. We can also include the open heads if we want. Then it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, 8. Then it would be 8. But I kind of want maybe 4. And what if we just duplicate that? So that we can have a separate chance for the open head. So basically it will then go up 4 every once in a while on this one, doing a higher closed head. And then if for some reason at the same time it also triggers this one, we get an open head. So it very rarely picks an open head. Or we not do that, and we just put the open head in here. Because then we have 1, 2, 3, 4. That's also 4. So if we just put it here, for instance, then it starts picking one of these every once in a while as well. We can also maybe give this a little bit of random, so it gives it even more random velocity. Which is nice because in here you get different samples when it picks different velocity. And should we just do another addictive drums? Let's just do that for now. And again, I'm gonna add some random velocity to this as well. I guess we can just copy this. Copy these. Oh no, let's just do velocity itself, because we don't need the pitch to change on this one. And I guess we'll do one for the kick as well. And then we're gonna have to process the hell out of this. That one has a long tail. That one is kind of nice, has a long tail. So, but we can do that with, it doesn't really matter, we can do that with like a corpus or something. That one sounds kind of nice. Change the pattern a little bit here. Do that, copy that. Let's add some more kicks here. And then maybe here in the end we'll add an open head or something. It's gonna pick different ones as well, so maybe we'll... That's gonna take us a lot of processing to get there, but that's fine. Let's just do that. Let's put that all the way up. And then we can group this one as well. And let's grab another device randomizer, which we're going to use later. And then we can do that, so we can put that on a macro as well. And let's do just a little bit. I can already put these in if you want. Let's see. Let's do that, that, and let's do that. And then we can map this to this rack so that this is gonna move around. Now, because we're working with drums, I might have to speed these up a little bit so that they're not gonna go that slow. So that's now moving around. And let's do the same thing here. Let's just put that in its own chain. That device randomizer is such a nice device because it allows you to really modulate things a lot and just do it all by random. I'm just picking stuff. I'm not really using any of the kits. I'm just picking a couple of single drum how should I say that? A couple of single drums, and then I will just start processing them and turning them into something nice. Hopefully, at least. You're bad and make the same thing? Mate, you haven't been here the last couple of weeks apparently, because I have not done this the last couple of weeks. Anyways, welcome though. Let's see, let's put this one up a bit. Another bot, yeah. Probably. At least he gives it away straight away, so that's kinda Kind of nice to know. I think the kick might actually not move that much. Let me put these all the way up as well. Thing is, when we start processing this, we will get a lot of different sort of like kicks that are similar. So I can then chop them out of the track that I can record from these tracks, and then basically just have like a ton of similar kicks that have like slightly different velocities, and therefore the sound will kind of change. Because if we right now they sound still really basic, right? But when we start processing these, we will really bring out the level of it and really make them sound a lot bigger. So, for instance, let's just see what happens if we start putting a corpus on the kick drum here. And I guess we can just make another track. No, we don't have to do that. We can just put another thing in here. So I think I have a device we can use for that. Let's see. Max for Life. MIDI. I chop this in here. We can set it to a note. So I can just say, I don't know, let's do D sharp and then put it down. And then we can send that into the corpus. So we can do that. We can do kicks and then that one post effects. That doesn't work. Nice. Okay, it does work. Or not. Yeah, it works. Yeah, it works. It sounds like ass, but let's see. Where's the width? Here. Bring that down. Thanks, guys. Yeah, bro is seriously hating in 4K. Not a bot, just criticizing. Your stuff tends to sound the same. No fucking shit, mate. Go to anybody else's stream and you get the same thing. Of course people's stuff sounds the same. That's what makes them them. Like, I'm not gonna one day make a progressive house and then the day after make I don't know what. Give me a genre, country music. Yeah, let's do that next week. Next week, boys. Fuck off, mate. So I don't like the high frequencies that this gives though, but we can fix that because we can just put this at 100% dry wet and then group this and then create another chain so that we have the dry kick, and then we can basically just mix this in and filter it. So we can just put an EQ right here, and so that this is just giving us some extra sub. Freedom of speech? Get the fuck out of here, mate. What the fuck are you on? Stop smoking, mate. Freedom of speech, oh my god. Let me guess, you're American. Freedom of speech. Oh my god. I love that. I love that phrase. Oh, I'm a freedom of speech. As if freedom of speech doesn't, you know, as if freedom of speech means that nobody or that your whatever you say doesn't have any consequences, right? Like, fuck off. Absolute stupidity. It's hilarious though. It's not about if you do something wrong or not. It's like when you say something, other people have freedom of speech too. So when you shout, oh, I'm a freedom of speech, that doesn't mean that that should limit other people's freedom of speech. And when other people don't agree with what you're saying, that is their freedom of speech. Do you get what I'm saying? That's why the whole a freedom of speech thing is absolutely pointless. It makes no sense. And that's the argument I see a lot of times online, is when people shout, oh, but freedom of speech. No, you just mean that you should have freedom of speech. But when the other person utilizes their freedom of speech, suddenly it's like, oh, my freedom of speech, why are you hating? You know? You see that so many times online, and I always laugh my ass off because, you know, it just shows those people's own sort of like stupidity, I guess. Maybe stupidity is not the right word. I can't come up with the right word though, so stupidity will be a good placeholder. Yeah, exactly. Just like I said. You are allowed to do that, but so are other people. And that's the. Oh, yeah, I remember what I meant with the whole thing. Like, people always talk about cancel culture, right? Oh, like, oh, you're canceling me. Oh, cancel culture this, cancel culture that. And I'm not saying that you were saying that, but it's kind of like what the whole freedom of speech usually evolves into. And when people say that, or when they say, oh, I am against cancel culture, which is often what, like I said, what the freedom of speech devolves into, it's basically a contradiction, you know? Because cancel culture will always exist when freedom of speech is a thing. Because if you say something that is outrageous, or if you say something that enough people don't agree with, then they can utilize their freedom of speech to go against you. And if you are sort of like a public figure or something, and you get cancelled because of that, then that is just a result of freedom of speech, right? So let's not go into this any further, unless you want to, of course. But hey, I have the final power here, so we'll see what happens. But it's basically what happens most of the time, and it's kind of hilarious. Hey, it's the internet, mate. It's the internet. If you cannot handle being insulted, then you shouldn't be online. Just saying. Should we add a couple of ghost snares in here just to give us some extra stuff? Like, we can put the ghost snares on that track because it's the same snare, so... No, mate, I've never been in Denmark. Maybe it's because my name is Danish. Maybe that's why. I stole a name that is part of his country. So yeah. I'm sorry, mate. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that my parents gave me a Danish name. No, people are not insulting you because they are obsessed. People are insulting you because you came in and just started hating right off the bat. That's the thing. You say you're not hating, but you kind of were, you know? That's the whole point. That's also what kind of makes it funny. You can say you're not, but that doesn't mean you weren't. We went over that. You can give your opinion, but so can other people, and so can I, you know? Okay, so let's do these kicks here. Let's grab these kicks and let's do that one, that one, that one, that one, and that one. What if we give these... can we give these some chance? So that these are not always hitting? I guess I can do that to the ghost snares as well. That could maybe be interesting. Just giving these... I'm still hearing them every time, or is it me? Okay, now it actually works. Maybe a little bit higher. Maybe just these last ones want to be a little bit higher. What the fuck has being a European anything to do with people getting angry? Oh my god, mate. Oh. Okay, whatever. Wait, that's the kick I wanted to put on the snare. I'm hearing sirens outside. They're coming to get you, mate. They're on their way. I called the police. maybe I'll put that on the individual tracks. So can we modulate that? We can. Okay, that's good. So if we put that on a macro, and then we go, we were at like 600 milliseconds, I believe. So we'll, oh, we cannot do that. Let's do 620, fine. Maybe a little bit longer than that. And then we can put that on a macro in the main group, so it's going to move around. So some kicks are going to be longer, others are going to be shorter. Let's go into here. I mean, that pitch kind of works. What if we add a pitch envelope here? Let's do that. Let's bring this up a bit. And let me back these down a bit. At least it makes the chat really active, guys. That's good, you know. I don't mind. I think he left at this point though. I think you guys bullied him away. Ah. Like, I really can't be fucking asked with a person like that, you know? I really couldn't care anything less. Like, if you're gonna come in like that, then oh my god, just fuck off, you know? I'm not gonna ban him, but like... Oh no, he's still here! Oh, yay! Our pet is still here. I wonder, can we automate this? Is that... No, that's not... Ah, that's a shame. It would be so nice if we could automate that. Maybe I'll put that on a macro as well. Then we're gonna have to adjust the range because I don't want it to go all the way up. Let's just leave that down and put this on like, I don't know, maybe that. Like every once in a while I hear a nice kick, so that's kind of what I'm looking for. I won't use all of these kicks probably. Like this is just a sound design project, so we're just looking to basically move things around subtly within a range that kind of makes sense, that gives us some good results, and then I can just go and record that and chop out the best sounding kicks, chop out the best sounding snares, find like the coolest hi-hat patterns that work, and just, you know, put those as samples in my own folder to use later. So I'm just trying to set it up in a way where we hear like some nice kicks every once in a while. Maybe we'll give this a little bit of a high pass at like the frequency, because I am seeing that we are getting quite a bunch of frequencies below where the sub sort of like hits on the kick, like right here. So maybe if we up that, oh no, then it actually gets rid of the sub, but we can also try out a bunch of different kicks to see what we get. So we had the Pearl reference, let's keep that in mind. It's kind of nice as well. That one is also nice, even though it's really low. Okay, we're gonna have to go into the corpus because it closes down too far. So let's go in here and let's maybe up this to something like 300. Back that one down a bit. Can we automate that? No. That would be nice if we could automate that. It's absolutely hilarious today. Every time I look at chat, I just start laughing. Ooh, that one is nice. Okay. Let me save. I don't think it likes the multiple device randomizers. I want to see if we can get the snare drum to sound a bit more, well, have a little bit less of the fundamental, which we could probably do with Soothe, if we just turn these off. Fundamental is somewhere around here, so we can just boost here. Not sure if I like that. That one is kind of nice, the fun. Probably gonna layer this snare up, but oh wait, maybe what happens if we mess with this thing here? Ah, there we go. That gets rid of a lot of the well, weird sound that I don't like about this, but maybe we just keep it somewhere here for the transient. Look at what happens to the sub now on the snare. What the hell? Just add that one. I don't know why it does it. Every once in a while, it sounds like the snare's like rolling, like as if the person hitting it is so like not hitting it once, but like really quickly in a row. And I kind of would like to get rid of that, but like that one. See, every once in a while it just, and I don't like that. Not that it matters, because we can chop out the good ones, so probably shouldn't really worry too much about it, but... Oh yeah, that helps. Oh yeah, we also have a transient shape in here. We could also try using this one. Let's see what this sounds like on this kick. Because we can always add like an extra transient if we have to. See what happens if we add a vocoder to here. It's maybe a bit too dirty on the heads. Okay, let's see. Let's try putting. I want to see what happens if we add a transient. Cause and effect, mate. Jorn, maybe you should learn about that. Cause and effect. Let's just chuck another thing in here. We'll just grab a serum too. And let's just grab... Oh, wait. Let's go with that one. That. Let's just chuck that here. And I'm going to grab that force node device. So it forces the node into C3. So I know the node coming in here is C3. And if we are... What pitch are we gonna do? Could do D sharp. And then bring that down a bit. Then let's grab another LFO here. That's an envelope. And we probably don't need that long of an envelope here, but we'll see. And then we'll grab another one. It's gonna go on the coarse pitch. Chuck that up quite a bit. Oh, we need to set it to envelope. Let's grab another one. There we go. Now the kick gets a bit more of a transient. And that's kind of what it was missing, because we removed that inside of Addictive Drums, because we were, you know, using the tone. You cannot use the tone designer and the pitch envelope at once. You have to choose one of the two. So because we want to use the tone designer, we are now not having the pitch envelope in here. So we're just adding a separate one. We could maybe up the attack here ever so slightly. I kind of like it like that. Good one, Greedo. Now that is not running through the vocoder here, but that's fine. We could put this here. But it honestly sounds better here. Hey, hate is a big word, mate. Hate is a big word. Doesn't mean that I think you came in kind of hating, you know? I mean, you can't be bent? That's a lie. You want to try it out? I mean... prove to you that that's a lie instantly. Let's do maybe a little bit of, let's see, maybe just a kilohertz transient shaper on here. Kinda like it that dirty. That'll also take care of the clipping, so it's not going over 0. Now we need to make the snare good, because this one lacks a lot. Maybe a bit of a reverb on that would also do quite a bit. Let's just grab the hybrid reverb. Just chucked it up to 100. And let's create another chain. That's going to be our dry chain. Now we get that. So way too long. Let's go just to the convolution. Bring the pre-delay down. And we're going to bring the width down a bit here as well. Maybe I'll go into addictive drums and make these even narrower. Because the processing brings out the width anyway, or we can just put these in mono, and then that might be easier to work with. Because the reverb is then going to add a bit of width anyway. Let's just turn that EQ off and we'll add a separate EQ. Because then I can see both the EQ and the reverb at once. Yeah, I'm also not a big fan of bananas taped to a wall, you know. Yeah, I know. There's like some frequencies within the snare that I don't like. And I will see if I can get rid of it, but I'm not sure if we can. We can try and scoop up a little bit here. Kinda does the job, I think. But I also think the snare sounds a bit weird at the moment. Kick is all right at the moment. It's just the snare needs a bit of work. Can we maybe layer something in there? Let's chuck this clap in here. And then we'll just grab another one of those fourth notes, so it is a C3, no matter what sample it picks. Okay, Ableton still hasn't fixed that. Different one. We can also try giving the snare its own transient, as opposed to using the fundamental frequency from the addictive drums. We could also go and grab just another serum. Put that here, and then we'll grab a rounded square wave. Where are you? Rounded square. And let's bring this down, do that. Let's create a bit of a shape like this. Put that on here. And then we'll be able to give the snare a bit of transient as well. Drop that on here. And I'll grab that Max for Life device again, put that here. And then we can just use the pitch in here. I mean, if you're gonna be racist, yeah, then I'll ban you. Listen, pretty easy. And let's chuck this up to maybe a D sharp. Or we might do an A sharp. We're gonna tune the snare probably. And I would probably have to put some velocity on this as well, because can we do that? Yes, we can put you on here. Now that follows the velocity. Oh, and I also hear that the clap is being cut short because it's at the gate. So let's set it to trigger. That will do a lot. I don't want to have the clap on the ghost snares though, which we can do if we go to key and just set this to D1. So that the other snares, or the ones in between, don't get it applied to it. Now let's go back into here. And let's see. Now we might want to use Soothe to get rid of some of the fundamental of this snare. Can also try. Let's add a little bit of noise to this. And maybe we want to have this one on just that key as well. Come on. And let's use another one. Give this a little bit of a tail. Even though we already get a tail from the addictive drums, we might be able to get away with the addictive drums being a little bit quieter if we add some noise here. And we need to make sure that that note doesn't get cut off. So we can do that if we just up the release here. Now let's run that through a filter. Kinda like that more as the pitch. And let's see what happens if we do a very subtle sidechain. So we kind of just get the tail of the addictive drum snare. And let's just grab this one. Let's put that here. No, let's put that here. And I'm also going to put this one behind this rack so it's applied to all of them, including the transient that we just made. And then this one, let's go snares. And let's do the serum one. Maybe we'll grab a different snare in here, because now we have this set up. We can just sort of like start playing with this and trying to find a good one. Maybe make the noise a little bit shorter here. And maybe we should put the rack with the reverb also here. So it's applied to everything. The annoying thing is that it will also change the pitch when we pick a different snare drum. I mean, if you're gonna hate people because of their ethnicity or the nationality, I mean, yeah, that's kind of fucking racist. Holy shit, mate. Are you fucking stupid? That's literally the definition of racism. Just giving a compliment about somebody's food doesn't mean that you literally just said, you know? Me liking certain people more makes me racist. I even like the food, only hate the people. There you go, mate. There you go. You're literally demonstrating the definition of racism. Just because they're coming from somewhere else, you hate them. You just said it. Oh my god. He's not even stupid. Well, he's not even just hating, he's also stupid. Well, we kind of knew that at this point, but Yeah, I don't think I like the snares coming out of here. We might have to do something different for the snares. Kick is fucking massive though. Holy shit. I mean, you can hate certain people, like individuals. That's the thing. You can hate individual people. But if you're gonna go, I hate Turkish people, but I do like their food, that's racist. Because you're hating based on nationality or ethnicity. That's the difference. And that's what you literally just demonstrated. So, shut up about that. Otherwise, you're gonna be banned. I'm kinda done with it. Let's just put those in as well so we can hear the different pitches. Fucking hell, I need a smoke. God damn it. Yo, randomizer, that's fine. I'll see you in a bit. Let's try something different for the snares here. Let's do a similar thing, but we'll not use addictive drums. Let's just go and drop some MIDI on here. And I do like having these on separate tracks because I can easily select the Go snares and change their velocity. We just have to force these back into the same note, but that's easy because we have a Max for Live device for that. So if I put this here, now all the notes coming out of here are C3. Problem solved. Let's grab a serum and we'll start from there. Like, we can even do the whole snare in serum and then layer maybe a clap on it. So, shouldn't be that big of a deal. And we can still add variety that way. We just have to, you know, play around with maybe some velocity and some other things and just give it some variety that way. Let's go and do our rounded square. Where are you? Rounded square. No random. I mean, I can copy the other patch, but let's just start from scratch for this one. Do that. And let's put some velocity on here. Hey, it's all in your own hands, mate. It's all in your own hands. It all started because of how you came in here. Keep that in mind. Maybe it'll teach you something. Now we have these, so let's add the velocity to here as well. Oh, that's the note. We want this one. And this one can be the pitch envelope. If we add the velocity to that, then the ghost snares will have less of a transient. Ah, that actually works. Okay, so let's put this on D sharp. Or on A sharp. Let's go with A sharp. Okay, that's the starting point. Let's put a little bit of velocity in here. And let's find a clap to layer in here. Bit short, but maybe it sounds cool. I kind of want something a little bit longer. see if we can create a bit of resonance on here. Why do I not see? Oh, because we still have clap in the search. Let's grab another serum. And I was messing with this earlier, a couple of days ago, and I made a way how to basically just well, I was basically just making resonance here in serum, and you can kind of do that by just grabbing, well, we can maybe leave that up. It's just going to be for the resonance, it doesn't really matter. Let's just copy that to here and here. Let's see if we can do something similar. Up the release a bit. Then let's start with 1. Let's select the envelope. And again, we're gonna go and use the velocity here. With like weird pitches, that's basically what you're gonna need. So let's chuck this one on here and grab the velocity, put that there. And we can back that down a bit maybe. And let's do a little bit of FM or something. Just want to get something weird like that. And it doesn't have a fundamental, so that's all that matters. And then we can just, let's put an EQ on here. And just get rid of anything that we don't want. Maybe even just that. And let's put a shifter on that. Bit quiet, so let me just we can shift that around. To find a place where it sounds kind of cool. Hey, where did my serum effects go? Oh, there. Okay, let's put that after this entire thing. Let's mess around with the convolution reverb. Let's do that. There's this switch which sometimes helps to make it less wide, but it also kind of makes the whole thing quieter, so in here. That's not really nice. I wish there wasn't just like a global width on this. Don't want you in a separate chain, come on. I want you on the clap. Yeah, it's kind of eh, not entirely there, but let's see. Let's group these two. So we can put the vocoder right here. See if we can add some width to this with the noise mode here. Is there a width control on here? There isn't. Why not? Now we need some EQ on that because we're getting too much here. Snare is also really wide now because of this layer, but we can fix that. We can just put another EQ on mid side. Let's just grab maybe not even that, maybe just a utility. If we grab a utility and then just set that to mid-side mode, we can just bring this down. Now that's too much, but we're gonna grab some sidechain. After this, got a mosquito inside, god damn it. Let's do this and then grab that from one of the serums, just pre-effects, so it's just triggering this thing. What could be nice on this thing? Let's try a bit of Saturn. See what we get. Might want to EQ this as well before going into Saturn. Grab a Pro Q. Okay, we have all that stuff down there. Let's just cut that off. We still get it. Is that because of the... Yeah, because of the tube. I mean, it's fine. Put the transient shape at the end. Let's put this right there. So it's still sort of like getting rid of that. Oh yeah, we have a Pro Q already. Making snares from scratch. No, I usually mess around with frequency shifters a lot when I'm designing drums, because you can literally just shift it around and see if it sounds better in a different pitch. See? Or make a different version of it. For like, if you want to have like multiple different versions of the snare in one track, which, you know, a lot of times you will hear in tracks, especially these days. Like, depending on the track, of course. If it's a minimal drum and bass track, you probably won't. But if it's like a bit more of a complex track, then it's not too uncommon to have different pitches, different pitched snares in one track for like different sections. Or sometimes there will be like an accent snare that is higher pitched or something like that. And then it's actually really helpful if you design drums this way, because then you can just make a bunch of different versions. Plus, it's also really easy to fine-tune it. I'm deciding between building a PC or getting a Mac Studio. I've heard rumors about stability and latency issues with audio on Windows. Have you run into any problems with your Windows PC? Not really. Not really. Like, the only thing that on Windows can be a bit tricky is when you want to do streaming. That can be a bit tricky on Windows. Like, Mac audio drivers are usually better for live streaming, but doesn't matter that you cannot do it on Windows. It's just a matter of having an audio interface that has a good driver, that actually allows you to do things, you know, straight in the audio interface, as opposed to having to use all kinds of external pieces of software. Like, back in the day, I would use Voicemeeter, which is a tool designed for Windows specifically for routing audio, kind of similar to what you can do on Mac already with like I believe it's Core Audio or something. Like, I don't use Mac, but that Voicemeeter software kind of does a similar thing. It allows you to route audio between different applications, which is a bit of a thing that Windows lacks on. But the issue with Voicemeeter is that it adds a ton of latency, so it's not really great. But if you have a good interface with good drivers, then you shouldn't have much of a problem. RME is probably good. Yeah, RME drivers are really solid. I use a Moto M4, which is kind of similar. RME is better though. RME has better quality drivers, that's for sure. It's like one of the better ones. But as long as it has like a proper loopback function within the audio interface, you should be good. Like, I think even the newer Focusrite ones, the cheap Focusrite ones, have it as well. But I haven't used those, so I can't really comment on them. I can only comment on the old Focusrite ones, and those didn't have a loopback feature. And when they introduced it, it actually worked pretty shitty, and it just wouldn't work well. I had so many issues back when I was using Focusrite. But as soon as I switched to my Moto interface, everything was fixed, and now this one has a proper loopback, and it just allows me to just say like, okay, I want to loop back the output of the interface back into a virtual channel inside of Windows, and then I can just select that in any piece of software, and well, it basically does the job. I wouldn't. Don't ask me about CPUs. I haven't built a computer in like a couple of years, so I don't really know what would be good right now from the ones out there. There are websites for this though. Like, I believe it's called Audio Benchmark, if I'm correct. There's like a website specifically doing benchmarks for CPUs specifically for audio, and I believe it was Audio Benchmark, but I could be wrong. But just look up on YouTube like CPU audio benchmark, and you'll find a website probably. And it'll just tell you which ones are better. Usually the ones with a higher single thread speed are better for audio, which kind of sucks, because if you are also a gamer, right, and you use the same machine for gaming as well, then you want to have, well, a better multi-core setup. But for audio, single thread is still more important because a lot of DAWs, just because of how audio works, it is possible to do multi-threading with audio, and it definitely gets better over time. But it also introduces a whole bunch of other headaches with like latency. So that's why usually single thread speed for audio is still more important. But, PC Audio Labs came up. Yeah, I don't know. There's probably multiple websites. But honestly, if you just have a relatively good CPU that is, has a high single thread speed, you should probably be alright. I also noticed we got so fucking carried away with making drums today. It's almost midnight. But hey, whatever. Okay, not do that. It starts phasing like crazy. Listen. Don't want to have that. Why are you not moving? Move. I completely forgot about the hi-hat. It wasn't moving yet. And let's set this up then as well. Let's do that. Let's go into the mapping. Bring these up a bit. Probably want these to also go a bit slower. And faster, so let's see. It seems alright. So the heads become a bit more dynamic. Now we don't have anything moving on this one, but kind of fine, I think. Can we do... Let's see what happens if we mute all of these. It's actually the same pitch already. I mean, can't really see it too well because these are not hitting every time, but let's just up this a little bit. So what if we just use the addictive drums and turn off the sidechain? probably should listen to if this works with the pitches that we have here in the piano, because that's kind of what I'm envisioning for the pitch of the track, which is kind of A sharp but D sharp minor in a way. I think that'll work. Pitch should be fine because that is the base of the pitch is coming from the corpus. Now, one thing I want to try is doing a little bit of EQ on the kick. I know that you shouldn't do this, high passing the kick, but let's give it a shot. Rules are there to be broken. I want to see, because if we look at the drums right here, if we play the drums by itself, if you look at it, see how there's all that stuff happening below the fundamental. Now, if we high pass this, we do get rid of that. And if we go a little bit steeper, we don't want to get really steep. If we go like brick wall in 96, it's gonna start creating like all kinds of ringing that we don't want. But if we go a little bit smoother, like 24 is usually fine, 18, 12, 6, those are kind of alright. We can probably emphasize that sub a little bit more even, and get rid of the stuff below it. Could also completely mess the kick up, but I mean, we're getting a little bit of more here because of that goes below the fundamental because of the clipping in the transient shaper, but that's fine. You know, I don't really care about that. I'm mostly looking at the till. See all that weird dirty shit down there? Those little things that show up. Let's see what the kick looks like. Like, we're getting some weird ones like that, which are probably less useful, but like these look pretty good. So what do they look like without this? See, it's not really too much of a difference. Honestly, I would even argue that with the EQ they sound they look even better. They have a better sort of like sub going through it, and that's kind of because this is getting rid of whatever is down here, but it's also emphasizing the sub. That's also what happens. It's just rotating the phase of the sub a little bit, and sometimes that'll work, a lot of times it won't. But for some reason here it does kind of work. Now we can also try, and that's something that might be good to try, is grabbing a utility and putting that on the transient thing that we made for the kick, so on the transient layer here. I also just noticed that we don't have a release in here, and therefore we get a little little weird thing. We might even be able to get away with making this one shorter. Because we really just need that of this one. Because we have everything already. Let's set that to Hertz mode. Pretty high transient, but it kinda sounds good in the mix. Now, what we can do with this one, we can flip the phase to see what that does. I think the original is better. Sometimes it'll sort of like align the phase a little bit different, and it'll just sound punchier with or without the phase flip, but I think in this case it's just better without. You don't want to use linear phase on drums when you're high passing. You don't want to do that. It's going to create ringing before and after the kick. I mean, we can try. Like if we go to linear phase, natural phase can still work, but linear phase is not what you want to do. But we can check. Like if we just have the kick, let's start a little bit before. Doesn't always do it, but in this case it kind of looks like that. And so here we have one that is still without. It kind of looks similar. Sometimes it'll create like really weird sort of like frequencies before the kick, and it'll just sort of like start ringing already before the kick. Most of the time that happens with much steeper curves. So if we go, oh, not that one. We go like maybe, let's go to 96. Then we'll probably get that. Huh. Not even. Interesting. That's interesting. Normally you get like some really weird pre-ringing and also after it, but I guess on this one it's kind of fine. But still, I don't really think it's that important for this. Yeah, you probably also shouldn't, in most cases. Like if you're working on a track, you probably don't want to do this at all. Like high passing, low frequency elements, unless you really want to take off the low end, of course. Like that obviously is something you can do. If you want to take off the low end and, you know, like for instance, you have a hi-hat and you don't want that hi-hat to have any low end because there's some sub rumble in there or something. Sure, get rid of it. But like if you have a bass plug or something and you're like, let me high pass the low end a little bit. That'll most of the time just completely mess it up. And same thing goes for like kick drums. Sometimes snare drums even as well. But it's something you really want to be careful with, at least. Yo, Artifacts, I remember I saw you doing some stereo sub a while back. If you don't mind, could you show that again? Sure. I mean, might even be able to use something like that in here. Even though we have quite a lot of sub on this kick. Let me just go back to 0 latency. Like I do want to do it here because there's some weird ass fucking stuff happening down here that just doesn't add anything, and it kind of works. We are not really messing the kick up. It even just emphasizes the sub a little bit more, which kind of worked in this case. So, like when you're designing drums from scratch, you can basically throw all rules out of the window. That's the thing. You know, you can basically throw all rules about EQ out of the window. Like if I'm working on drum design, sometimes I'll have like the weirdest fucking EQ shapes. Like I'll be having like cuts like this with like weird shapes like this, you know. Sometimes because there's like a weird frequency that I don't like, and it only matters like what it sounds like, you know. Because you're just making drums, right? And then it doesn't really matter. You can still work with those samples and emphasize whatever part works. You can maybe cut something off and pick a piece from a different sample that works and splice them together. You can do the weirdest shit when you're making drums from scratch. So it doesn't really matter too much when you're making drums from scratch. But when you're doing like a mixing thing, so when you're like mixing a track, for instance, you don't want to do stuff like that. You don't want to do like weird high passes on your kick or stuff like that. Depending, of course, right? Like maybe the kick just. And when you want to do it, and that's what I probably should say, when you want to do that, like for instance, if your kick is really sub heavy and you don't like that, and you just want it to be a bit lighter because you're distorting it or something, or like saturating it, and it starts really saturating the sub too heavily, right? And it just starts sounding bad. You can most of the time use a high pass, but do a really subtle slope, like a 6 dB per octave, and then just roll it off ever so slightly, so that it just kind of decreases the level of the sub a little, and then run it into some saturation, and you'll probably get. Well, you can do more saturation afterwards, but only if you really have to, you know? Anyways, I can show you what I did there, how I made those stereo subs that kind of work. You wanna grab something like this. Let me just, let's see. Let's just grab this. Let's do a narrow grid. Let's give ourselves some notes. Let's close the chance window down, because we don't really need that here. Maybe we'll just do that. And let me just chuck a couple ones in here as well on the different pitches. What was that? Oh wait, this was a different pitch, of course. Let's just stick with D sharp for now. Let's mute that track. I'll show you how to make those. It's actually not that difficult. It's just a little trick that you have to do. Let's grab a serum. You do want to have serum 2 for this. You cannot do it with serum 1, because you need the different buses. So first things first, you want to kind of make, well, depending on the kind of sound you want to do, of course, but for this one, I'm just going to make a bit of an 808 kind of sound. So let's just grab, let's go in here. We're just going to get rid of all of that, and then we'll just delete all of these. And then we just want to have a sine wave here. And then maybe we will add this one and just give it a bit more. That's maybe too much. Just so we get a bit of a rounded square kind of shape. Maybe we'll add a little bit more here. And we can get away with a little bit more here as well. Something like that. Normalize. There we go. Then in the other one, then in B, we're going to do a similar thing. So let me just remove that one and remove this. But in here, we're not going to use this one. We're going to grab this one. And maybe a little bit of that. And maybe a tiny bit of this. And we can offset the phase if we want. So increase the size a bit. So we can put it on 50. Let's put those on like 50, so we kind of get what you would get normally as well if you have like a saw wave. You kind of get like the different harmonics, right? The even numbered harmonics are going to be on a different phase than the ones that are on the odd harmonic. So we do that. We can normalize that as well. Doesn't really matter. So now we have these two. And let's just do no randomness on these. And let's maybe, we can leave this one up actually. Just leave that up. We can use this envelope. This envelope. We just want to create a bit of a downward shape. I'm gonna mute this one for now. And we probably want to morph this one. So crossfade that so we can blend in how much of that we get. So we can just go from pure sine to having a bit of those extra harmonics. And on this one, we probably want to do that as well, by the way. And instead, I'm just going to go and create another frame. Then here we just clear them all, so we have silence. And then we morph that. So it morphs from silence to that shape. You can get away as how crazy as you want. The only thing that you have to keep in mind is that the harmonics in the second oscillator are not present in the first one. So the ones in here should not be in here. And as you can see, they're exactly the same but shifted one frame up, right? That's kind of what you want. Otherwise the effect won't work and you kind of mess the whole thing up. So now we get that. We maybe add a little bit of a pitch envelope so we make it a bit more into an 808 kind of sound. Let's add this to... I'll add it to the global pitch because otherwise we're going to have to do it on both oscillators. And if we do it here, we will only have to do it once. And maybe we slow it down a bit. We have a bit of like an 808 kind of sound. And then here, let's do that. A little bit long maybe. Let's just leave it long, doesn't matter. You can make it as long as you want. We can even say maybe put that same envelope or a copy of it on the wavetable here. So it kind of closes it down towards the end. And then maybe we can make that shorter so that it goes to like a sine at the end. See, we don't get the harmonics here, it just goes to a sine at the end. Now for this one, we want to add a bit of that as well. So we can just blend it in however much we want. Now because this one is normalized, we're probably going to have a really low level. Because normally this one would already be quieter, right? I normalized it and then you have to put this down a bit more. Maybe we can even see it. See right here, you don't want this to be like that because then those extra harmonics are really going to take over and it's going to sound like a saw wave. If you want to keep that sort of like 808 sound, you want to keep it like that. And then on this one, let's just put that same envelope so that it kind of decays in the same way. Then we could maybe get away with a bit more. See, and they're kind of just decaying at the same level. The sub stays there, but the other ones kind of decay. You could even put this on a separate one if you want to make this one decay even faster, but I don't want to get too carried away here. Next up, we need to route this. So this one is going to go to main. And this one, we're going to set to none. And then we're going to send it to bus 1. So we still get the same thing, but now we split the signal up. So one of them goes to straight to the first effects bus, to here, to the main bus, and the other one comes in here. And then the trick on bus 1, where we send the second oscillator, we're going to put a utility, and you're going to flip one of the sides. And now you have a stereo sub. And depending on how wide you want to have it, you can add more level of this one. See, you can make it really wide. But the great thing about this is if you sum it to mono, you're still just gonna get whatever is in the first oscillator. The stuff that is in the sides is just gonna disappear. So you don't want to add too much, because then it's gonna sound too different in mono, but a little bit, and it'll just sound like a more square wave based sub, whereas in stereo, you get a little bit of those saw harmonics. Now that is actually already too much in my opinion. And you just want to dial this back a lot. Just so it looks a bit more like that. And you know you're doing it the right way when you're seeing it on what is this thing called again? A vector scope, I believe. You want to see this sort of like being symmetrical. When it starts becoming asymmetrical, you know that it's kind of doing something that, well, bleeds into the other sort of like areas. Don't know how to explain it properly. But we can even now maybe distort this a little bit. And you don't want to get too carried away, but depending on the type of distortion, like tube distortion still works. Like some distortions create odd harmonics, and some distortions will create odd and even harmonics. The ones that only create the odd harmonics, those can be used now, because we can boost this and it still remains symmetrical, as you can see. And if we sum that to mono, let's see what happens. See? Now, let's see if we can find one where we have different harmonics. Not sure we're gonna get that, actually. Like, even that is still symmetrical. Look at what's going on here. Weird as fucking shit. But this might... I can see that there's some phasing starting to happen here in the higher harmonics, see? So maybe this one now will actually sound completely different in mono, and it will start doing some phase cancellation. But even that kind of works still. It just sounds really different in mono. But the thing is, if you make sure that the mono signal sounds good on its own, then you can use that extra sort of like side information just to give it some width. Like now I would argue that there's too much of a difference, but that is just because I'm overdoing it. But you can kind of see what I mean, right? So maybe we'll try out a couple of more and let's see what happens. Okay, so now it definitely starts becoming asymmetrical. Which makes sense, this one is also called asymmetrical. But no, let's see if... Even that still works. But you can see that it is creating harmonics in between these. So we're actually getting some phase cancellation now. But it still works. Like maybe if we push the side oscillator a bit more. Yeah, see? Now it starts doing weird shit. Where it's dipping down one of those harmonics. That is just the phase cancellation happening. And that is because this type of distortion probably also creates the even harmonics. And that is when you start seeing the phase cancellation in mono. But as long as you use like some tube distortion or something, it won't really do that much. Like, this probably sounds completely different in stereo. Yeah. See? And that is just a lot of phase cancellation happening. Now, it's also really overdone on the side information here now, but that effect still happens when we put this a lot lower. It just happens to a lesser extent. But honestly, you can still do that. It's kind of still sounds relatively good in mono. So that's how you make stereo subs that kind of still work in mono. Now, as soon as you would have, like, we can probably demonstrate this. Let's remove the morph tables here. And let's just add a couple harmonics here. So those are present in the first oscillator. And now it will probably do some weird shit in mono. Okay, we have to morph that again. Not even. Huh, interesting. It really depends on the level of that extra oscillator. And also the phase, I guess. Like, if the phase of this one is different, obviously you're gonna get different phase cancellation. See, now it becomes completely asymmetrical. I mean, still is. Try the sine shaper. And this would sound completely different in mono, most likely. Yeah, see? Here it sounds more like a saw wave, kinda. Well, not really, but it has those saw wave kind of harmonics in there. And then this sounds completely like more like a square. Like a low pass square. And that you will get that effect because the saw harmonics, the even harmonics are in the side, but overdoing it just makes it so that the difference is too big, I feel, and then it doesn't really work too well. But a little subtle amount can work pretty well. We have to redo this. Remove morph. Now it's back symmetrical. Like usually something like that. And it will sound pretty similar in mono. See? But you're just losing that side information. It's actually pretty interesting to do. See, and now because there's no harmonics that are the same in these two oscillators, you can also play around with this phase. And it will stay symmetrical, it will just get a different shape. Slightly. Yeah, it sounds really good when you're not overdoing it, exactly. When you just add a little bit of it in, it'll just add a tiny bit of side information, a little bit of stereo. Overdoing the distortion. Let's see what happens in mono. Yeah, see then. It does still sound pretty similar. You're just losing a little bit. But that's why I say you gotta make sure that the center, the mono signal sounds good on its own, and then whatever you add in the sides will just work. And you can do this in different ways as well. All that matters is that, you know, the two oscillators have different harmonics and they're not overlapping. That's kind of what you want to have. And we can maybe do some to get rid of those really high harmonics that it creates. Now that's mono. Now this one is weird because it starts a lot more mono and then it opens up. that's the result of that distortion, I guess. Usually tube distortion works well. I mean, still does that, but to a lesser degree. I wonder what happens now. See, now I would argue it sounds a bit too different in the mono signal. But that's why this kind of only works if you do it for sub only. Like as soon as you really start, like if you want to create a really distorted bass, then you probably want to separate the sub from the mid-range part and just add the distortion or make a completely different bass for the mid-range and then just high pass that one so that you can still have the really distorted sound, but then use the sub from like a patch like this, and the sub will then just have a little bit of width. See, that is similar enough. It does sound a little bit more rumbly in stereo, but that is because you're getting the odd harmonics and the even harmonics, which always makes it sound a bit more like a sol, as opposed to a square. It's interesting though. It's a really interesting thing to do. I got this from the Caracol project. He showed this on his Patreon a long time ago, and I've been doing this every once in a while. It kind of works. And now like if we bring this up louder, you might even want to back this down a bit. Because with subs, you don't want to make it too wide. But if you want to have a bit of width in the sub, then this is how I would do it. Like, it sounds so much better than taking an oscillator. Like, we can even do that with the warp modes now these days. Like, if you take this and add like a little bit of unison and maybe even bring the width down here. And then let's use a filter here so we can low pass this sol wave. Why are you not low passing? Oh, we're not seeing that in serum. That's kind of annoying. I wish this would actually be visible on the waveform. See, like this will always sound like it's phasing. There's like this beating that's happening, and you don't get that when you're doing it the way I showed you. This kind of starts more sounding like a Reese, right? Because of how it adds this unison and it detunes the two. And you always get that kind of effect. And you can see already, like, the sub goes up and down, and all of these go up and down, right? That is when they cancel each other out, or when they just cancel out. And it makes the whole sub less consistent. It's not stable, exactly. And of course you can replace this one. You know, you can do that and add a sub. But then you're still gonna have that same thing happening up here. Which can be a cool effect, you know? That might be something that you wanna do every once in a while. Can definitely work. But the more width you add, the more of it will also mean that when you sum it to mono, those frequencies are just gonna decrease in volume a lot. Because there's two of them and they're slightly different pitched. So it might sound really nice in stereo, but then when you make it mono, in this case it kinda still works, but you'll just lose a lot of it most of the time. And with the technique that I just showed, you get that a lot less. You can still get that, of course, like I already showed you a couple of times now, but this is just stable. There's no phase cancellation happening. It just is stable while still being wide. And like if you want to have some of that movement that this adds, because this obviously has more movement, like the other option with like unison, that will have more movement. You can still add that, but then just add it as like a mid-range layer, so that the sub is consistent and the sub is really strong, including the first couple of harmonics, and then on above that you'll have all your movement happening. Now obviously it's going to mess with the kick now as well, but let's see if we can fix that with some sidechain. Let's just add this one. We are gonna need a pretty long sidechain because our kick is also pretty big and long. Why is this not? Oh yeah, different track. And yeah, depending on how much of these harmonics you want, you can of course dial in maybe only this one and leave this one out, because the more you add, the more it will sound like a bit more mid, sort of like low mid heavy, right? So you can also just have the sub in the mids, and then but you know, when you only have the sub here and leave both of these out, then it will sound so different in mono that you'll lose most of the weight. You definitely need this one. This one is kind of, you can probably get rid of it if you think it adds too much, but this one you probably want to have in there. It's really interesting though. It doesn't always work though. Like stereo sub doesn't always work. By the way, what do the drums sound like in mono? Pretty much identical. Should we do a little bit of other stuff now, because we've messed with drums for so long? Let's Can you pitch the snare lower? Yeah, of course. We just put these back here. I know what these notes are doing. This is just a keyscape. It's just the cinematic patching keyscape, which honestly sounds pretty good, yeah. I don't like the sound of that one. The other one that I usually use is the Spitfire cinematic. What is it called again? That one also sounds pretty good. Let me just group this. The Spitfire cinematic soft piano. That sounds pretty good as well, but it has its own distinct sound. Like, don't always like it. Like, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It just sounds too small. It also needs a bit of volume, because this one can be pretty quiet. It has a much more low pass sound. Which can work sometimes, but I most of the time find that this one sounds too low passed. It's also pretty dry, yeah, but we can add some reverb. You know, we can add some bit of vintage verb maybe. That one. But it is a lot more low passed. Start distorting a bit. Too loud. Whereas this one just sounds more brighter and more... And we can still mess with that as well, because we got a lot of control here. We We have the color shift, which make it more that, or even try out some of these other modes. I love harmonic minor or phrygian dominant, however you want to call it. It just sounds so cool. Get all these weird chords in this mode. Oh. Get all these weird diminished chords like it. That's why I love harmonic minor so much. And you get like last week I was playing with what was it? A harmonic minor, I believe. Yeah. And I was playing with that in D, so you get like what was it again? Forgot. What was it? Which is honestly the easiest one to learn, because if you know how to play A minor, which is just all the white notes, then playing A harmonic minor, just switch the G for G sharp and you're there. You have the Novation 61. Yeah, I do. I wish it was bigger. Like, especially on the key of A sharp now. Like if we're here, I kind of can only go up to there, to that A sharp. I wish there was another octave. But what I'm doing there is I'm basically just playing the fifth in the bass. So I'm playing an A sharp in the bass, and I'm playing D sharp minor on top, D sharp harmonic minor. So you still get that sort of like harmonic minor sound. I guess even more like a Phrygian dominant sound. Yeah, that was the same thing for me as well. 88 keys would have been really nice, but the 61 is already so fucking gigantic. Like, I don't have the space. I don't have the space, babe. The 61 already didn't fit on my desk. I have to put it on the side. I can't put it on my desk. It's too big. I need to have it on a stand on the side, because otherwise it's just my entire desk would be filled. Now this is a lot of reverb for this one. Maybe even switch to a different mode. It's a really beautiful scale. Yeah, I love this scale. I definitely want to make a tune with it someday. What can we do? What can we do? How late is it? It's 1 AM. I need to piss as well. So, let me just, you're just gonna listen to this. Let's try the snare a little bit lower for you. I'm on the right track, right? Yeah. I believe it's we have these two now, of course. So let me undo that. Let me just go back to what we had, and let me group this. And then I can put a shifter on that group, so I can group the two tracks, because there's ghost snares coming from this track and the main snare comes from here. So let me do a shifter. Don't exactly like the snare, but it's a good snare, but not for this kind of sound, you know? This kind of sound needs a lighter snare, not that big of a oof. Like, it's a good snare on its own, though. Definitely something you can work with, but for like this thing, like with that piano or something, it would probably be too much. Kick is nice though, the kick. I love how dirty this kick turned out. And everyone is different, so I'm just gonna bounce a whole long section out of this, probably not with these quick notes, but just some of these slower notes, and then just bounce them to audio after the stream. And then I can just chop the good ones out of it and put them in a folder, and then I'll have a whole bunch of similar kicks that are sort of like slightly different, so you kind of have like, you know, kind of like round robins, basically. Basically get like round robins out of this. Wavy electric snares would probably sound good here. I don't know, I feel like it wants maybe a bit more of an organic kind of snare, you know, as opposed to this really designed kind of one. I don't think a synthetic snare is going to be good for this kind of thing that I have in mind for this tune, but like, we're not making a tune today, we're just doing sound design, but you get what I mean. Anyways, I really need to piss, so should I quickly give you something extra before I do that? Of course, that recorded on that track. Well, there you go. I forgot that I had to arm this track. I'll be back in just a bit. Let's maybe make some resampled piano stuff. Let me just use this second track that we have here. And I'm just gonna play something first. Not really care too much about the timing because I can chop it up later. I'm just gonna play some stuff in this scale, and then we'll maybe do some granular processing on that. See if we can make some weird sort of like piano bits. Higher. Maybe I'll octave. little regular fridge in there, okay? Okay, let's see if we grab the MIDI of that. So we'll just have a whole bunch of stuff now. I can even split this up if I want, so that I can process the two different. That might be good. I mean, we already have another track here that we can use, I guess. Let's do that. And then we're just gonna mute all the melody stuff here. One little thing there. And there's a whole bunch of stuff here. I think that's everything. We're just gonna mute that. So here we just have the bass notes. And it also changed the tempo, by the way, but that's fine. And then here we want to mute the bass notes. So we can group this together. We'll put the processing on that group, so that I can basically just solo this track and bounce it that way, and then also bounce this with just the melody notes. Which makes it easier to work with later, because then you can chop the two things up separately. Like if you have it like this, that bass note obviously drags on underneath the melody, so if you want to chop it up, then it's going to be a pain in the ass, because you're going to chop into that longer bass note. But for this right now it's good, because let's start putting some stuff on it and see what happens. Granular. Let's start with just some Portal. And see what that will do. So obviously I have this pack. This is my own pack. If you want to get this one, you can check that out on my Patreon. It's on my Patreon store. Bunch of presets here. I'm not sure if these are going to be too good for this kind of thing, but we can try them out. Now, before we start doing anything though, let's group this Portal and open this up, and let's move this and move that, so we have that available here. Then let's just map that to a bunch of macros. And I'm gonna grab my device randomizer again, because why not? Put that here, mute that chain, and let's map these as well. And then we're gonna change the speeds of that. Probably don't want to go too fast on this. And then we map that to the rack so that these are gonna move. And then everything in here is always gonna be moving. Might not do the dry wet for now. Let's just a little trick. If you don't want this to move with the device randomizer, you can just rename one of these. So let me just let's just do that so we can change this. We can rename this one to gain, and if I then map it to the rack, it won't include that one because it's named gain. Same thing happens if you name it feedback. So we can just put that at like halfway or even fully. But then you get like a lot of that stuff, so let's just put it somewhere here. And maybe we'll take the reverb and chuck that on the group after the portal, or we just make a copy of the reverb. See what it sounds like without reverb here. And because this is now mapped, we can just go to a different one. And it'll still work. Let's just go to the favorites folder. And let's also maybe put a bit of OTT on that. Let's try out a different reverb. I'm gonna go with the particle reverb by Kentaro. So this one, if I turn the portal off for now, this reverb will basically already create sort of like a granular thing. See? Really good for making atmosphere and making pads. That's kind of beautiful. Like for this one, you might not want to have the bass notes included. Just have the melody notes, and it creates all these weird little things. Like, what the fuck? Maybe a bit of grain delay in here. Grain delay is usually pretty cool. You can even just group the grain delay. Do that. Now I think it's also doing fifths in here. Oh, it's set to chromatic. Ah, that's why it's doing all kinds of weird shit. Let's just set it to octaves. Lock that. This is really good for making sort of like intro elements and like little things you can put in your intro. I love doing this kind of stuff on like piano or even like strings or something. And some really high stuff here. What else could we throw in here to mess with it? Spectral resonator? Good music for a trip. Yeah. Spectral resonator. I mean, we could even take the MIDI from one of these tracks. So it tunes that. Let's see what happens. MIDI. Polyphonic. What the fuck? Yeah? We somehow got silent, okay? Ah. Make really nice, like, little things. Not even sure what to call these. Definitely sounds better with that track. What the hell? Okay, that's a bit weird. I was like, maybe this one sounds cool, but no, it sounds weird as fuck. Space, yeah, that's probably a good word for it. Weird space sounds. Like, what happens if we go, like, minus 48 on this? What the fuck? Minus 36. Yeah, minus 24 sounded better. For some reason loses the droplets kind of thing. It definitely sounds better without the bass notes. The mod rate determines how many of them we get. We put this down a lot. Huh, for some reason we're still hearing the piano. Like... That granular mode sounds the coolest though. Let's try some other content. Oh, a contact. Some other portal thing. The great slowness. really wide, but that doesn't really matter for these kind of sounds. Okay, that's weird as fuck. Now every delay is going to be shifted down an octave. Run that through the particle reverb again. We could do a weird rack with Portal. If we group this portal, let's close that one down. We group this portal, it should automatically take over the mapping. It's still mapped. So we can find a bunch of portals that we like the sound of. So like for instance this one works. Let's copy this. Let's solo that one so it'll be only here, this one. Find a couple of portals that we like. So the chips one sounded kind of cool, I believe. Sounded a bit weird, has the chromatic thing in there. Turn the bass notes back on. Might be a bit much with the grain delay, but okay, that portal sounds pretty good as well. Let's duplicate that. I should probably put a compressor at the end here so that we're not gonna destroy our ears. Do that. So that when it suddenly makes a loud burst of volume, it will just bring it down a bit. Let's see if we can find a couple more. Did that one sound cool? I mean, yes. And if we want, let's put this macro back in as well. So let's just call it dry wet. And we'll just map that again. Hey. Why are you not? Mix. There we go. So all the dry wets are now also gonna move. Okay, that one sounds pretty cool. Find another one. Hmm. If we want to hear better what this one does, we can move it to maybe here. Oh yeah, that gives all kinds of weird warbly stuff. It's kind of cool as well. Okay. Find another one. Huh, that's maybe interesting too. Has a reverse that you turn on, so. Also creates some weird distortion. Maybe a bit much. That's cool though. Okay. Continue. Okay, that's a bit much. This one will do a rhythmic thing, I believe. Doesn't sound like a rhythmic thing on this because there's so much going on. Murky waters. I mean, it's fine, because we're not going to hear this the entire time. When I found a bunch more, we'll just make one rack that kind of scrolls through all these portals. That's nice. This one is more ambient, more like a long tail, I believe. Creates more like a reverb kind of thing. It is moving a bit fast though, but it also goes slower, so it's fine. I can also use this one, which I think does a similar thing. Yeah, it definitely creates more like an ambient thing. And this one as well. That one creates a lot of high end. It's almost like a shimmer kind of effect that is in here, which could be good. I think, well, we have quite a lot now, but let's just check. There's a couple ones in here that hourglass is pretty cool. Creates a more like chorusy kind of effect. But okay, let's say this is... Okay, that's maybe a bit much. Okay, that sounds kind of cool. So now we have all of these. Let's go in here. Let's select all of this and just drag these all out like that. Then we do distribute ranges equally. Now we get this. And we can map this to a macro. And then map it to a macro there. And now that is moving through all of these chains. Let's see what happens. I'm going to turn off the grain delay, the particle reverb. I just want to hear what these portals do. Let's just... we'll leave the vintage verb on because that probably adds some space to it. Oh, unsolo that, otherwise you're not gonna hear shit. Except for when it hits the last one. Let's see if we can make these overlap a bit with. Do that. And then we'll do that. Except for the last one. And then we'll select these except for the first one and do that. They crossfade into each other. Let's go into the mapping here. Let's see. Let's make this a little bit less fast. I'm just gonna put that right here, so we can put the grain delay back on after it. See what happens if we put this particle reverb before it, so it creates reverb leading into the portal. And what happens if we do that? The only thing I don't like is that this only creates something as soon as it hits the chain. It would be nicer if we did this with maybe like volume automations on every of these chains, but I can't be bothered to set that up now. That's gonna take a shitload of time. but like just use like volume basically to morph through the different chains, but then you're also gonna get combinations of every one. You're gonna get multiple ones playing at once. Because right now, when it's not hitting one of these ranges, it won't generate anything going into the portal. Now, if we don't want to have the dry wet, it's called gain for some reason. Hey, change selectors. Okay, we call this chain. Does that work? Yeah, that works. Okay. So apparently chain selector also doesn't map when it's called like that. Now we can put the dry wet all the way up. It's not. A lot of times it will only start generating something when it hits one of these chains. That's kind of a shame. But still, for making atmosphere, it's kind of cool. Now we got a pad that evolves. Really interesting way of making atmosphere. Now obviously, if this happens too fast, too much, you can always just slow down the project tempo. And you'll get slow atmosphere if it's too busy. You'll just slow the project tempo down and resample it that way. And it's a lot less chaotic. Which might be easier to work with if you want to use the audio in the track. And then you can also get away with longer reverb tills. Palace mode is usually pretty good for atmosphere. No portals. I think I'm, so, damn, my voice cracked. I think I'm gonna call it quits for tonight. It's 2 a.m. But that was a lot of fun. That was a lot of fun. Little demonstration of how you can make some cool atmosphere. Like I said, there's a ton of different things you can do, and just messing with this is always gonna give you weird results. Like, what happens if we run the spectral resonator into this whole chain, for instance? So we get those weird blips and then going into that chain. And what I love a lot about this kind of thing when it comes to sound design is that you get so many unexpected results. And by just mapping this device randomizer and just mapping it to a rack and then just start mapping things to the macros, you get all these weird things happening that you wouldn't have come up with otherwise. And obviously not everything is going to be usable, right? There's going to be things in there that are going to just sound like too busy or not really good. But there's also going to be bits in there that might just sound really beautiful. And that's a lot of fun. So I'm not sure if there's anybody still here. If you are, thanks for being here. Join the Discord. Link to that will be in the chat. And if you want to support me on Patreon, I'll be dropping the new wavetable pack probably this weekend. I just need to make the post for Patreon. I made about 40 new wavetables, and the pack now is, I believe, over 150 wavetables. So if you want to have those, check out the Patreon. There's already the previous versions of the wavetable pack are already on there, plus a lot of other things like samples and my Ableton themes and a whole bunch of other things. But the new wavetable pack is the previous one was, I believe, 110 wavetables, something like that, and the new one will be over 150. So plenty of new ones to mess around with. I'm gonna take a break, grab something to eat because my stomach is growling, and probably do a resampling session with this project because there's some cool stuff happening in here. Like, just this spectral resonator alone running through a reverb was really cool. All those little weird blips and kind of things. Definitely want to have some resample stuff of that, because those might be nice to put into a track. Plus, even like those little blip kind of things, right? If you resample that and put it into a simpler on slice mode, it will probably put slices on every start of every one of those blippy things, and then you can just play them in MIDI. So that would probably be a good thing to do. Then you can just sprinkle them into your track and just play whichever ones work in the part of your track. Like if you have a chord progression or something, like not all of them will probably sound good over each chord. But if you then put them into a slicer and it chops them up into sort of like slices, then you can just play them and try out different ones on different sections of a track, and then maybe put some delay and reverb on it, and you got a beautiful little texture to put on your tracks that is actually playable. Plus, like, some of the Portal stuff might be good, and I don't know, just like this right now is like a massive evolving pad, which is probably good to bounce on like a slow tempo. And if we speed it up, it becomes more busy. But still sounds beautiful. Anyways, thanks for being here. I'll be back again next week, around 8:30 p.m. to 9 p.m. Maybe I should just say 9 p.m. because lately I've been starting streams at 9 p.m. But sometimes it's a little earlier, depending on how much time I have. Like, if I don't have a lot of time before the stream, or if I'm doing something else, it might be a little bit later, but sometimes it's 8:30, so I will let you guys know in the Discord when I go live, so just check out that. Join the Discord, and you'll stay notified. I hope next week we don't get an annoying piece of shit in the chat. And if so, maybe we're gonna have to swing the banhammer, but hey, it is what it is. Have a great evening, and thanks for taking the time to show that stereo sub again. Yeah, you're welcome. I'll probably mess a bit with that as well, and see if I can make some cool stereo things. Maybe I'll make another bass sample pack as well, because I've been making some bass off stream, like some longer mud pies. Maybe I'll put those on Patreon as the next pack or something. And maybe I can include some stereo, so like 808s or something. It might always be helpful. Anyways, I hope to see you all again next week. And have a good night. And I'll see you all in the next one. Peace.